on the microphone and the video.
Thank you for the warning.
Yep. Okay. Hello, DOT team. We are just setting things up here.
It's okay.
Good morning.
Just want to make sure that.
Can you all hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We've got you, Jennifer.
Hey, yippee.
That looks like a beautiful grand piano in the back.
Hi,
Is that
Jennifer.
true?
Hey. I just want to, I invited Cecilia Robinson to also join virtually because she does a lot of the 298C processing. So I just want her to be able to introduce herself and say, hey, look who's here. I'm not like a great big head up on a screen, like, you know, it could be a building, right?
No, not a building.
Not a building. The camera
Like, oh
angle.
my God, you know, and then blur it. So, you know, I look like I'm 20, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna go wrangle up the last of our attendees here. I'll be right back.
I was up later than that? Yeah, because I was working. Yeah. I don't have time for anyone. Well, we miss you, Jennifer. You should be here.
I know, but I'll tell you what, I'm kind of happy because it's incredibly cold up there and a lot of snow.
That's true.
No, it's in the 20s. It's like 50 degrees warmer than last week.
Well, I was gonna say, if it's in the 20s, yeah, you're warmer. We're actually about 50 degrees here today.
Wow.
Yeah, it's, you know, Virginia, we don't, winters, you know, hit and miss. Sometimes you get it. Sometimes you have all 4 seasons in one day. It just depends.
Yeah.
So do you guys have to shovel off your roofs and all that happy stuff?
Some people did. I didn't.
Yeah.
My homeowners association needs to.
Not me.
Yeah, because I know there's a lot of weight with that snow.
It really is different though. Up here in Anchorage, it's like dry and fluffy snow. In Southeast, it's heavy snow, a lot of rain. Yeah, along with.
Did Will make you the host? Okay, Jennifer, did Will make you the host by chance?
No, not that I know of. I've got
Okay.
a yellow mark around my screen. Does that mean I'm a host?
No, I don't think so. I think I am just gonna double check and make sure that we made you the host.
Yeah, and
So-
then I assume I can go to my desktop on my computer and pull the PowerPoint presentations up.
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
I am going to make you, let's see. I apologize. This is a new trial run for us with this technology.
I think we're all pretty forgiving people.
Yeah.
For sure.
I thank you.
Plenty of tech
Oh, let's
issues
see.
over the
Looks
last
like
few
for some
years.
reason James has it. Let me get.
Most people are
Yes.
Make it off bed this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, this is James Bass. Somehow I made myself a host and I didn't realize I don't think I should have been a host, so I exited out and I came back in.
Okay, I'm gonna make Jennifer the host.
Okay, but I do have to present later, so I don't know if I need to be a host as well.
I will make you the host when that time hits, if that works, James.
Very good, thank you.
Yep. Okay, Jennifer, you should now be good.
Okay, so let me pull up the first PowerPoint presentation. I still see all 4 squares. So I just want to make sure that,
Yeah,
when James, okay,
if you share your screen with us, then
Okay.
that should disappear and you should see your screen, and then we should be able to see your screen as well, and I'll let you know.
Okay. Let me see here. Zoom, and I'm going to share my screen. There we are. And then it says 2 people are in the waiting room.
Perfect. I'll let them in. You know what, Jennifer, you might have to let them in now as a host.
Okay, let me go ahead and, since you made me in charge, woohoo.
Lucky you. You could just
You know, that's pretty scary, okay?
Pinballing around the room. Play with anything that's not bolted down.
Okay, I see. I'm trying to get Cecilia to put her camera up. Let me see if I can get her asked to start video. There we go. Let me see if, if her camera will come up.
There I go.
There you go.
There you are. Yay. Okay.
Thank you.
There's
I had to
C.
keep playing with it.
Oh, really?
And Jennifer, just so you know, we can see your PowerPoint just fine.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out where to make it so it's the presentation.
If you go
Um,
into
The
slideshow,
bottom,
there you go.
Slide.
bottom right-hand corner.
I'm sorry, say what was the next step?
From beginning.
Okay. There we go. Look at that
Yeah.
big. All
Thank you
right.
so much.
No
Okay, I'll
worries.
pass it over. I'll pass it
Okay,
over to
Hi, Cecilia.
Jennifer Rhodes, everyone.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are we ready? Do you want me to introduce everybody here?
That would be fantastic.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Again, as you know, I am Jennifer Rhodes, and I take care of the 298C and the T100 that the Alaskan carriers file, and then I send that to the Postal Service. So we're just gonna run through the T100 and how to report. After the T100, James, I'm gonna do the 298C with Cecilia. So.
Okay.
The gentleman that you see on screen, his name is James Bouse. He is the O&D guru, and he's the gentleman that we need to work with on this OD40 that's coming down the pike a whole lot quicker than I think we're comfortable with right now. And then there's Cecilia Robinson.
Hello.
Wonderful lady, sidekick. She processes all the 298C data. And so usually if you see an email, it's coming from Cecilia.
Yes.
So. All right, so let me see, where's my next screen? There it is. All right, so this is the T100 data, and I know you guys all know this stuff, and it's probably incredibly boring. T100 data are the air carrier traffic and capacity data, and it's reported monthly. They are due 30 days after the end of the reporting period. So it's not the 31st, it's not the 1st, it's not the 5th, it's actually the 30th. It will change is if the 30th falls on a holiday or a weekend, then it's the next business day, with February having 28 sometimes and 29. It goes into this year, it will be March 1st. The January data will be due. So it's always 30 days. Just some history. In October of 2002, there was a rulemaking that did away with, excuse me, that did away with 3 of the additional reports. So everybody, regardless of size, is required now to file the nonstop segment in the on-flight market. The T1, the T2, and the T3, which were originally reported prior to October of 2002, are now calculated using the carrier segment market data. Okay, and if you guys have questions, please either shout out or let me know, because I know it's boring, but I'll try to make it as sexy as possible. Hey, well, you know, that's the only time they're interested, right? Okay, this is the definition of segment versus market. Your nonstop segment data are every revenue departure between 2 points and what is carried between 2 points on that aircraft for each departure, including your passengers, your freight, and mail. Segment data will also include diversions, flag stops, tech stops, emergency landings, anything that, you know, origin to destination, or point to point. You will often hear segment data as referred to as transported data, and segment data are not flight number driven. Your market data are passengers, freight, and mail and plane between those 2 points, regardless of the number of stops between, and it is flight number driven. So if your flight number changes, your market will terminate and a new market will begin. Market data are often referred to as enplanement data. I see there's some things in the chat, Rebecca. Is it okay if I look at that while we're talking?
Jennifer, this is Will.
Okay.
There were just a couple of issues with audio. We're trying to figure out what the problem is here.
Okay. Do you want me to stop until we know it's okay?
Why don't we pause for 2 seconds just to see who else is having trouble? It might be
Okay.
a data issue.
Want Andrea to feel weird.
We do.
Yeah, hi Jennifer, it's Jason Hopkins here, CEO of Take Flight, and you've been working with Andrea James as well, I think.
Yes.
On the report. So yeah, so I just want to know that we're here, and this pause here is Andrea is joining from New Zealand and trying to join this meeting so she can hear these things also. So yeah, thank you for the patience while they just try and sort that out. We're particularly, yeah, it would have been great for her to make the trip. Obviously, you know, we're responsible for creating these reports for so many of these Alaskan carriers. And when I last spoke to Andrea, I think she's just waiting on the specification for it, and the indications from her is that, yep, we can create that. It didn't seem overly complex from a technical point of view from Take Flight, or sufficiently different from the original that it was different, but it's not overly complex. So I think from our point of view, we're just waiting for the spec, and then we can make that available to our airlines to run and to test and to make sure that they're comfortable and that you're comfortable that the new reporting is met. Does that help?
Okay, well, actually, I'm very happy that you are there, because we have some issues with a few carriers that concern the flight numbering and how the T100 are being reported. So if you're okay, when we get to that point, I'll be happy to discuss it with you, okay?
Sure. I mean, perhaps I may not be the technical person. Andrea understands the details of those. And I think while we have a number of these airlines here, we're making an effort to get them together to talk about this very thing, to make sure that everybody's doing what they need in a consistent manner. So there's discussions going on already amongst the group. There's one on Friday. We'll hold a users group session for all the main airlines that we run, and we'll be talking about that too. So I think there's everybody wants to make sure that they're doing the right thing, and we want to make sure that the infrastructure that we're supplying that provides that data between the two of you is working the way that you all expect. So there's work underway about that.
Okay, when we had talked about the flight number and the data being flight number driven, if a carrier starts out their data with flight number 1200, and then it becomes flight number 1200.2, that is not a change in the flight number. And I believe there was an issue with how that was being captured and reported. So flight 1200 is flight 1200, regardless of the 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. This is just the carrier and their accounting keeping track of what's going on. But that does not mean it's a flight number change.
Okay, yeah, that is, I mean, Andrea's luckily just able to get the audio and has heard that last part and has communicated back to me. She says that is how we're doing it. So, yeah, perhaps we'll just sit down with these airlines and make sure and then confirm with you over the coming weeks, I suppose. But there's that issue, but then also these new regulations require, we still require the specification so that Andrea can build to that. And that's the same understanding that you have, is that right?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
That's all right. No, I believe you asked me if something was acceptable, and I said, yes, I was okay with that.
Oh, no, I was asking, there's a specification that is to be published for us as the developers to build to, and Andrea's saying we're still waiting for that specification, and I was just curious about when that would arrive, because that will kickstart our ability to make this new change to the OD 40 rule.
Referring to the OD 40.
That's right.
All right, when, let me get through this, and
geez.
then James will be happy to, discuss all this with you.
Thank you.
Does that work?
Yeah, no, that's great. I just wanted to let you know I was here and that we're
Okay.
part of it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no worries. Like I said, I appreciate you coming, all this way. It's a long trip.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to be in Alaska.
Let me see, I've got somebody wanting to come in. Okay, now this is just a note, and this is primarily to like an all cargo carrier. And if a carrier provides all cargo service and they sell a seat on an all cargo configured aircraft, the service class should be F or L. F for scheduled passenger service, L for non-scheduled passenger service. This is used to identify that there is a passenger on that aircraft, but the carrier would still report the aircraft type cabin configuration as a 2 to signify the all cargo aircraft. For one-stop flights, the number of passengers reported would be the same for segment and market. And every passenger on a flight leaving an airport is segment passengers, but some of these passengers may not be market passengers of that airport if they boarded the flight at an upline station. All right, then we get into who must report. US certificated carriers, large and small. The commuter air carriers, those that operate scheduled passenger service between 2 points at least 5 times a week with small aircraft. And then any air taxi that has been awarded an essential service or essential air service contract must report the awarded route on T100. The T100 regulations do not require on-demand carriers to report data. And that's what we just talked about. US air taxis whose service is exclusively scheduled cargo or on-demand passenger cargo with service with small aircraft are not required to report. And any general aviation or corporate aviation are not required to report. We do not collect that data. We often get questions in OAI that will, they want to know how many airports there are. And it's funny because it's tough for us to say because we don't collect the universe. We collect a small section, I should say. So, sometimes these questions get difficult to answer. Okay, the T100 data, again, and I'm redundant when I say about the segment and market because it's imperative that people understand the difference. And so there are 2 basic summary records to the T100 traffic data system. And this is your nonstop segment, which we talked about before, and your on-flight market. I'm not going to go through the definitions again. Okay, the Office of Airline Information collects nonstop segment data by departure. This information is not collected by inbound or outbound flights. The on-flight market data are collected based on flight number, start, and termination. It is not collected based on inbound or outbound flights. And the reason that is up there, we've had people within our office. We have a rather large office. OAI is a small portion of a much larger office. And for some reason, they don't pay attention to this, and it continues that they want to collect the information by inbound or outbound flights, and unfortunately we don't collect the data that way. So it's not going to be wrong, but it's going to be more incorrect than correct is probably the best way to say it. The filing requirements for scheduled service, and scheduled service is defined as transport service operated pursuant to a published flight schedule that's advertised and available for sale to the general public. Each carrier is assigned a unique 5-carrier entity code. This is done by our office, and this will denote the carrier's operating entity. For scheduled service, the following operating entities are assigned: domestic, Atlantic, and Pacific. Carriers that operate scheduled passenger service to and from Canada are required to report the service under their domestic entity. Non-scheduled carriers with service to or from Canada must have an international entity, which we'll get to that next. But yeah, for any service to and from Canada, it's under your domestic entity. Any service to and from Mexico would be under your Latin entity. Again, non-scheduled service is defined as revenue flights such as charter that are not operated in a regular scheduled service. The term charter and non-scheduled are the same. A lot of people, when I say, are you talking non-scheduled? And they say, no, charter. Well, it's the same thing. Again, each carrier is assigned an entity code. For non-scheduled service, the following reporting entities are assigned, which is domestic and international. Charter and or non-scheduled carriers that operate to and from Canada are required to report their service under their international entity. All right, then we get into the service classes. And again, I'm not going to, all right, Hank Myers asked a question. If someone wants to check inbound or outbound flights at a point, can't they just do a sort in Excel? Hank, yes, absolutely. But if this is what you want to check, you're going to need to use the segment data, because it's as for each departure. It's not the market data, because it's flight number driven, are going to be more difficult to determine inbound and outbound flights. So you're absolutely correct. You could do a sort, but it would have to be done based on the segment data. Your service classes, and I'm not going to go through and read all of this, but you have F for scheduled passenger service, G for scheduled all cargo service, L for non-scheduled passenger service, P for non-scheduled all cargo service, N for military passenger, and R for non-scheduled military all cargo. For information, the military data are held confidential indefinitely. Let me see, we got another question in the chat. All right, that one we answered. We got somebody else here. Let me see. Okay, I think we're good. All right, I just wanted to check and make sure we weren't missing any questions. So, all right, segment data, again, the definition, and it refers to as transported data. In the segment data, there are many data elements. These are the business rules, and this is how it needs to be reported. So your data type is going to be S for segment. You're going to put your unique 5-digit entity number. If your entity begins with a 0, and this is done in an Excel spreadsheet, Excel will drop the leading 0 in the text field. So don't get excited if you see the 0 dropped. The year is going to be 4-digit. The month is going to be 2. OAI requires the data to be reported by origin airport, OAG code, JFK. Destination airport, again, the 3-letter OAG code, ORD. While we're on codes, most of the lower 48, if you're using the ICAO codes, ICAO, begin with a K. So it's very easy to drop the K, and that's usually your airport. In Alaska, your codes begin with a P, and unfortunately, you cannot just drop the P and then that's the airport. So just be careful. You can do it for Anchorage, but many of the other points, you cannot just drop the P and that's the airport. You have your service class. You have your aircraft type code, which is a numeric value. You have your cabin configuration, and let me see, I'm just going to put that will be a 1, a 2, a 1 for passenger service, a 2 for all cargo, a 3 for a combi aircraft, and a 4 for an amphibious. You're going to have departures performed. You're going to have your available capacity or payload. Now that number will be multiplied by the departures performed for that same origin and same destination and same service class and same aircraft type. Same with the available seats. Then you go into how many passengers were actually transported. What was the freight transported in pounds? What was the mail transported in pounds? Then you have scheduled departure scheduled. Any scheduled service, you should report how many departures were scheduled for those 2 points. Scheduled departures scheduled are only reported in scheduled service. So that would be F or G. Your ramp time is reported in minutes and your air time is reported in minutes. Your ramp time should include your air time and be greater than your airborne time. Again, I'm sorry. Again, these are the cabin configurations. 1 for passenger with cargo in the belly, 2 is all cargo, 3 is a combi or a convertible quick change, and 4 is an amphibious or water landing aircraft. These are the business rules, and I know it's small, so I apologize, and it's everything we just discussed. Again, these are the business rules with each field identified. And again, I'm not going to go through this. I think, Rebecca, you have this presentation, so you can email it out to people, correct? Okay.
Correct. Yep.
All right. So this goes through, again, the definitions of the business rules. Okay, market data, again, the definition of the market data are flight number driven. So when the market terminates or the flight number terminates, a new market will begin. These are the data elements in the market data. You have M for market, your unique 5-digit entity code, 4-digit year, 2-digit month, your OAG origin code, your 3-letter OAG destination code, your service class, passengers emplaned, revenue freight emplaned in pounds, and revenue mail emplaned in pounds. Not nearly as many as the segment data. And then this goes through and explains the business rules again for market data and what's collected. This goes into the definition for each field that is required to be reported. All right, your naming convention. You're all done. And you want to save this in Excel because you're going to have to, e-submit it to us. So the naming convention should be your carrier code underscore segment 02 for calendar year 2002. You would underscore 11, which would mean November, and then save it in a CSV file. And this is, if you open up the segment data that's saved in Excel in a WordPad, this is what it will look like. And be careful on when you're reporting your available capacity and your seats and your passengers and your time. Do not put a comma to separate the thousandths field because Excel CSV, when we import this, that comma is recognized as a break. So it's going to give me an additional column. Most of the time I can figure out what's going on, but just a heads up, do not use a thousandths separator. Same thing for the market. The naming convention is going to be your carrier code. MKT for market 21 is 2021 and underscore 01 for January. And it would be a CSV file again. That's what the market data looks like. And this is how it looks in Excel. I did not put it in the columns. Okay, this is the very fun thing. Your origin airport market and segment comparisons. Your origin airport market data must be less than or equal to your origin airport segment data. OAI does not use origin and destination pairs to make this determination because for every segment or origin and destination record, there may not be a corresponding market record with the same origin and destination, and there may not, or there may be a corresponding market record with the same origin and destination, but the information is greater than the segment data. Example, United does a flight that goes JFK, Chicago, LAX. They also do a nonstop that's JFK, LAX. So when you see the market data, if you're trying to compare those origins and destinations, you're going to see more numbers in the market data than the segment data. That's why we collect it by origin airport. And then for any reason, if the market data are greater than the segment data at the origin airport, the carriers will be contacted to correct the appropriate records. So I'm sure many of you have seen these emails from me. Okay, this is just kind of going through and giving a quick overview. And it's flight number 1, JFK, Chicago, LAX. And then you've got flight number 2, JFK to Chicago with flight number change in Chicago, and then flight number 3 or Chicago to LAX. And it goes through on how it's reported. And I'm not going to go through this step by step because most of the carriers do a very good job with this. So if anybody gets hung up on this market segment comparison, please holler at me. Does anybody have any questions? And I'll go through it a little slower. And the room's quiet. Okay. These are just some common errors that, that are reported. The traffic are reported in one direction. There's nothing coming back. The origin airport is reported in the market, but not in the segment. So remember, you have to report the origin and destination in the segment. So you need to make sure that that origin is also in the market. The destination does not necessarily have to be the same, but the origin needs to be reported in the market. You have city codes used instead of airport codes. Carrier codes other than the 2-letter IATA or 3-letter DOT assigned codes are used. You see DOT assigned numeric aircraft types are not used. We have one carrier and it's a foreign carrier. And so I have sent so many emails to these people, but they, instead of using the aircraft type 889, which is the 787, I think, James, is it the Dreamliner? Anyway, they insist on putting 7872. And so, after some back and forth with the carrier and figuring out what they were talking about, I changed the aircraft type, so we know what they're talking about. So, yeah, if you're not sure of the numeric code, please reach out. You have the cabin configuration digit is missing or inconsistent with the service class. You have service class codes are missing or inconsistent with the cabin configuration. This is a biggie. Carrying more passengers, freight, or mail than available capacity or seats. You cannot carry more than you have available. It's just simple math. The passengers, the algorithm for the passengers to determine if the capacity is greater is passengers are equal to 200 pounds plus freight and plus mail, and that should be less than the available capacity. Please don't use FAA loc IDs and not the 3-letter OAG codes. Freight and mail are reported in kilos rather than pounds, decimals or fractions instead of whole numbers. Data exceeds the aircraft capacity, which we just talked about. Aircraft type and or number of departures are missing when nonstop passengers or freight or mail have been reported. Your segment data non-flight market are reversed. And you've got data types in the wrong column. These are common errors. All right, the data, when you're all finished, must be submitted through our eSubmit portal. There is the link to get information about eSubmit. This is the guide, the eSubmit user guide, and it will go through how you set up a code for yourself. Most of you guys already have this done. So if anybody wants to know, this information is required to be reported by 14 CFR Part 241, Section 19. And the Section 19 is the Uniform Classifications of Operating Statistics and the US law, and it goes on. So it's incredibly boring. And if you have nothing else to do, you read this. Frequently asked questions are lap babies revenue passengers? No, not unless a seat was purchased to put that baby in. If the lap baby sits on mom or dad's lap the whole time, it's not a revenue passenger. Where do you find the airport codes? 4-letter or 3-letter? Reach out to us if you can't find it. I actually found a site on Wikipedia that will give you the 4-letter code, and then it will give you the corresponding OAG code. If you cannot find that code, seriously, reach out to us and we'll get you fixed up. If you have weight restricted flights, you see this more with like MD-80s in the lower 48 where it's very warm. How do you report that? If they're consistently restricted, report an average weight. And this is what we tell carriers. If you're a new carrier, when do you begin to report? As soon as you start to operate that very first flight. Again, this is the segment market destination. Yeah, I'm not gonna go through this because it's the definitions again, and it's just making sure everybody understands how this is done. And that's it for the T100. Woohoo! Okay, does anybody have any questions? Okay, see, Cecilia, quiet room, so you know what that means, right?
Right,
Jennifer,
right.
Jennifer's changed. There's
It
one
means, Jennifer,
question
that
behind
everything you
my
said is really straightforward and everyone gets it.
Oh, I'm sorry, James was talking at the same time you were talking. Can you say that again, please?
I was just saying the silence indicates that everyone knows what you are talking about. That's all.
Or has no idea.
I'm gonna close this presentation out and then I'm going to pull up the 298C. I'm gonna share my screen again. Show from the beginning. There we go.
Yep.
I was having a day and decided we needed a lot of color. So when I was
I
doing
see.
this is where you get this terrific color. For the Alaskan air carriers, I'm going to let Cecilia start, and I'm going to move to the next screen. Cecilia, can you let me know if you see this, okay?
Okay,
All right, go ahead.
I do. Okay, so we want to start with the F1 to 298C, F1 and F2. Next screen, please. The requirements are, what's in here is the record description and instructions for the 298C certification. And it's to certify that the data is, the report is corresponding monthly T100 traffic reports for the air carrier name for reporting year and quarter have been prepared by me and under my supervision. That's you, the carrier. And that you certify that you have carefully examined the reports and to the best of your knowledge and belief have found the data to be complete and accurate for the period stating. And you sign it, certifying official, your signature, and the email, date, and title. Next, okay,
See the whole thing?
yes.
Okay.
So you want to do that or?
Okay, once everything is signed, the Form 298C certification must be submitted in the 298C certification must be a PDF. It should indicate, again, like Cecilia was saying, in the name, the certifying official. And then this is the file name that's requested to be filed, and it's a PDF, and I apologize, I dropped the F on that one. All right, we're going to move into the instructions for the schedule F1. You ready, Cease?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, general instructions are, this schedule is submitted by small certificated and commuter air carriers. The data are withheld from the public disclosure for 3 years. The regulations that require the submission of the schedule F2 are in 14 CFR Part 298, excuse me, and sections 298.2, 298.60, and 298.62. Estimated reporting burden varies from 1 to 5 hours per quarterly response, with the average time being 2 hours. Respondents are required to submit this form only if DOT has obtained a valid OMB number and expiration date.
And so I think it's another 3 years, Cease.
Yeah, it is 3 years that is approved for, the package is approved for.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, this is the F1, and this is going to be your line 1, which is total operating revenues. And in that, you want to include all gross revenues accrued from air transportation and air transportation related services. This includes revenues derived from scheduled and non-scheduled operations, essential air service compensation, and transport-related revenues such as in-flight sales, restaurant and food service, which is your ground, rental of equipment or property, limo service, pickup and delivery charges, and fixed-based operations involving the selling or servicing of aircraft, flying instructions, and charter flights. That's a biggie. Okay. All right, line number 2. These are the expenses that are incurred in the performance of the air transportation and air transportation related services. This includes all operating expenses expended in generating the revenues reported on line 1, such as we go back to the in-flight operation of an aircraft, holding of an aircraft and crew for flight assignments, ground control, traffic handling, selling of transportation, landing fees, promoting the development of transportation, repair and upkeep of the property, equipment used in the performance of air transportation, depreciation and amortization expenses, insurance, general and administrative expenses, all expenses associated with the transport-related revenues that were included on line 1, and all other expenses that are related to the air transport operations. Interest expense and other non-operating expenses attributed to financing or other activities that are extraneous to and not an integral part of the air transportation or its incidental services are not included in this category. However, these non-operating items will be used in computing line 3, which is your net income. All right, Cease, go ahead.
Okay, so for your net income and net loss, line 3, do not compute net income by subtracting line 2 from line 1. Net income includes the operating profit or loss recognized during the period except for prior period adjustments. You should have some type of non-operating revenues and expenses, i.e. interest income or expense, gains or losses from the equipment sales, extraordinary gains or losses, state or federal income taxes, etc. These items must be included in your net income computation.
While Cease was talking, I pulled down the chat, and Hank brings up another question. Is there a standard weight for a passenger, including their baggage? Yes. Right now, it's 200 pounds. And so that's figuring that the average person is 150 pounds, and then they're packing a 50-pound bag. I know the FAA has talked about changing that number, and I know Alaskans tend to be a little heavier, especially in the winter. So, but as of right now, we use 200 pounds. All right, Cease, I'm going to the next slide.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Line 4 is your passenger revenue scheduled service. These are the revenues generated from the transportation of passengers in scheduled service. Do not include cargo revenues, mail pay, excess baggage charges, subsidy payments, chartered/on-demand revenues, or taxes collected by the air carrier as an agent for the state or federal government.
Other question, and Cecilia, I'll read it and I'll let you answer it. The
Okay.
F1s are on the BTS website. If the confidentiality period is 3 years and third quarter 2023 data has been released, shouldn't the F1 data online be through third quarter 2020? The BTS site is currently through calendar year 2018.
Well, yes, it should be, because if it's 2018 it's 2023, yes, it should be on there, 2023. I'll check into
With
it.
that, Hank, yeah, we'll follow
Yeah,
up
I'll check
and make
into it.
sure it gets posted.
Okay, I will. I'll check into it.
All right, so that was line 4. Go ahead, Cease.
Okay, so this is about the passenger facility charge to PFC activity for the period. Line 5 is the total PFC liability at the beginning of a period. This is the balance of PFC collected but not remitted at the beginning of the quarter. This amount equals the ending balance of the prior quarter. Line 6 is the total amount collected in trust for public agencies. This is the amount of PFCs collected in the quarterly period. Line 7 is total amount remitted to public agencies. This is the total amount of PFCs paid by the carrier to the public agencies during the quarter. Line 8 is the adjustments, collection, compensation, PFC refunds. Equals the amount of money the air carrier is allowed to keep as compensation as the agent for collecting the PFCs plus any refunds of PFCs paid to passenger or passengers' agents. And line 9 is the total PFC liability at the end of the period. Equals the balance of the PFC collected but not remitted, refund or paid to the carrier as compensation at the end of the reporting quarter.
And again, I know this is small, but
That is small.
that's why I have my glasses on, okay? So this is what the Form F1 looks like. If any of you had filed this on a paper copy years ago, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But this is literally what the Form F1 looks like. Oops. Did I miss something? Okay, yep, I did. All right, we're going to move on to the instructions for the F2, which is the report of aircraft operating expenses and related statistics. And this is for all small Alaskan certificated air carriers. Okay, this schedule deals with the carrier's expenses incurred in their entire operation, scheduled, non-scheduled, and training. However, transport-related and interest expenses and income taxes are not included. Line 17 for transport-related expense, when reported correctly, the sum of lines 16 and 17 should equal the total operating expenses reported on line 2 of the F1 report of financial data. Financing expenses, income tax, and extraordinary expenses are not reported on the F2. These items are used in calculating net income on Schedule 1. FBO expenses are reported as transport-related expenses. All right, Cease, go ahead.
Okay, so the general instructions are, this schedule must be filed by a small Alaskan certificated air carriers. Both scheduled and non-scheduled services are reported on this schedule, the F2. Lines 1 through 10 must be completed for each aircraft type operated in the quarter. And you can see, look at the accounting and reporting directive number 260 for the aircraft codes. And then we also have the link for the reporting directives is bts.gov programs, airline information accounting and reporting directives. And then lines 8 through 13 are totals for all aircraft types. And that's your 999 account.
Go ahead, Cease.
Okay. The Schedule F2 report was approved by OMB 2138-0009 and has an expiration date of the 28th of February 2025. The time required to complete the Schedule F2 generally ranges from 4 to 25 hours per quarter, with the average time of 18 hours. Comments regarding the burden estimate or any other aspect of this collection, including suggestions for reducing burden, should be sent in with the report to the Office of Airline Information. Okay, so you want to do this one or?
Okay, these are the instructions, and you're going to start out with your carrier name, name shown on the carrier's operating certificate, plus a DBA if it's applicable, your carrier code, which will be your IATA or your DOT assigned code, your carrier entity, which we assign, Quarter will be the year and the quarter month ending for the period reported. And then that gives an example of what the first quarter of 2006 ends on March 31st, and it would be shown as 2006-03. Go ahead, Cease.
Okay, for your aircraft types, the aircraft code is comprised of four numeric positions. The first three positions identify the aircraft type, and the fourth position identifies the cabin configuration, or that the aircraft is equipped for water landings. The fourth character can be either 1, 2, 3, or 4 as follow. 1 as a normal passenger cargo configuration. Number 2, all cargo freighter. Number 3, a main deck configuration with separate compartments for both cargo and passengers. And 4, an aircraft equipped for water landings. See the Accounting and Reporting Directive number 260 for specific aircraft codes. If you cannot find a aircraft type on the website, or you have a specific request to add an aircraft type code, or to clarify, or to amend an assigned code, please contact us and let us know at 298c.support@dot.gov. Personal expenses such as fringe benefits, vacation pay, health insurance, pension payments, payroll taxes, meals and lodging, training, employee, drug testing, etc., are assigned to the same line item as the employee's salary.
One is going to be your pilots and your co-pilots. And this is in your flying ops. So you're going to report pilot and co-pilot salaries and personnel expenses, chief pilot salaries and personnel expenses, simulator and other pilot training expenses. Your dispatch or your flight tracking is reported on line 1. And this also includes their salary and their personnel expenses, your charts and your pilot aids, other pilot expenses such as pilot drug testing. Line number 2 is your aircraft fuel and oil. This is the cost of the aircraft fuel and oil used in flight operations, including non-refundable fuel and oil taxes. Only large certificated carriers should separate non-refundable fuel taxes from fuel cost. You guys are small certificated, so that does not apply to you. Accounts for fuel and oil in the functional classifications, aircraft servicing and flight operations respectively, and small certificated carriers should include all such costs here. I'm like thinking you guys is as clear as mud. All right, for your insurance, if your insurance policies do not explicitly break out separate amounts for various coverage, you should ask your insurance provider for guidance. We have hull insurance, which is the insurance expense to cover the structure of the aircraft, which is on line 3. You have third-party liability insurance, which is the aircraft-related insurance expense to cover damage to other third parties unrelated to either the airline, its employees, or its customers. You have passenger liability insurance, and this is the insurance expense to cover passenger claims in the case of an aircraft accident. Do not include any insurance related to general business or ground operations. Your line 6 is going to be maintenance of equipment, and this is going to include your mechanic salaries and personnel expense, materials including de-icing for aircraft, related overhead burden expended to maintain the flight equipment, including unassigned shop labor, miscellaneous shop supplies, and control of unassigned maintenance parts ordering and inventory. All general services or parts purchased for maintaining the flight equipment, provisions for flight equipment overhauls, cost of maintenance and repairs performed by outside companies, the director of maintenance salary and personnel expense, and all other expenses associated with maintaining the aircraft in an airworthy status. All right. One of the biggest problem areas for a small carrier reporting overhaul expense, a major principle of accounting is to match revenues with expenses in the period in which they occur. The FAA requires overhauls when the parts of the airframe or engine have been used for a specific number of hours. The expense of the overhaul is associated with the period of use and should be reported as such. Only carriers with large fleets are allowed to directly expense overhauls because for them, it averages out and it's a constant from period to period. A carrier should not directly expense its overhaul costs when the expense of the overhaul cost does not closely resemble the actual usage. Otherwise, the carrier's income statement would be improperly influenced by the time of the overhaul. The typical accounting method for small carriers are deferral and amortizations. DOT does not require a specific method, but the method used should be reasonable and consistently applied. Changes in the method should only be adopted when a permanent change in usage occurs. Go ahead, Cease.
Okay. Line 7 is the depreciation of rental of flight equipment. So the depreciation and rental of flight equipment exclude interest expense, even if directly related to the purchase of the aircraft. At getting tongue-tied here. Amortization of capitalized leases for for flight equipment. Property taxes assessed against flight equipment, provisions of obsolete and deterioration of spare parts, property tax assessed against aircraft, all other flight equipment expenses not otherwise provided for on this schedule. So that's for line 7. And line 8 is the total direct expenses. So that's the sum of lines 1 through 7. And line 9 is fuel issued in gallons. It's the total gallons of fuel issued in the flight operations related to the fuel costs reported on line 2. And line 10 is the block hours. Jennifer, I'm gonna let you read this because this has a lot to do sometimes with the T100.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you. All right, the block hours, ramp to ramp. This is the time from the moment an aircraft first moves under its own power for the purpose of a flight until it comes to a rest at its next landing. Block time includes ground time, the taxi time before takeoff and after landing, as well as the airborne time. Carriers must account for the block hours for each aircraft type that it operates during this quarter. Schedule F2 block hours should not be based on the Hobbs meter time because Hobbs time is affected by whether the Hobbs meter is connected to the landing gear, engine oil, pressure, elevation, speed of the aircraft, or other instruments. Block hours should not be based on rollout. Rather, block hours should be based on the pilots reporting out, off, on, and in. Now, we check this. There's a cross check with the T100 and your ramp hours. Now, in this, you report your total ramp hours. So that's both revenue and non-revenue. So the information reported on the F2 should be equal to or greater than the information reported on the segment data. I know a lot of you get emails from Cecilia because this is a problem. We have it almost every quarter. So when you're submitting the data through the eSubmit system, the segment time is already calculated. So if you put your block hours in and it's less than the segment time that's already calculated, it's going to stop you. And it's very frustrating. You need to be very careful when you're putting this information in with the cabin configurations. If you use, all three, that needs to be reported under the 3 cabin configuration. That's another issue because of the different cabin configurations. The block hours are different. So these are common errors, and these are the reasons, Cecilia or I will email you, because your block time on line 10 is your total. which includes non-revenue time.
Thank you. So
Okay.
line 11 is for your flight attendants, salary, including fringe benefits, vacation pay, health insurance, pension, etc. Payroll taxes and personnel expenses, meals, lodging, etc. That's for line 11. And then 12 is your traffic-related expenses. This traffic solicitor salaries, including fringe benefits, vacation pay, health insurance, pension, etc. Payroll taxes and personnel expenses, meals, lodging, etc. The CRS lease and booking fees, traffic commission and commissions paid to credit card companies. Carriers should include these expenses rather than offsetting them against revenue. Passenger food, traffic liability insurance, advertising and promotion, commissions paid to credit card companies, all other expenses associated with selling tickets or promoting the company.
Line number 13 is your departure station. And this is going to include aircraft and traffic handling salaries, such as your village agents. They include the fringe benefits, vacation pay, health insurance, and so forth. Your payroll taxes and personnel expenses, meal and lodging, your landing fees, your clearance expenses, your customs and duties, your gates, your snow removal for the runways, which I'm sure you guys are having a lot of that right now. Your depreciation and maintenance of ground equipment and property other than for your general headquarters, cost of handling and storing freight and mail, all other expenses associated with loading, offloading traffic, or handling the aircraft on the ground, station utilities, and station insurance expenses, which would be auto and property. Line 14 is, I just want to move it. It's going to be capacity and administrative. And this is where your general management and personnel salaries and personal expenses, unless specifically identified in another function, including your fringe benefits and so forth, your payroll taxes, personnel expenses, meal and lodging. This is going to include your record keeping and or bookkeeping and statistical personnel salaries and personal I lost it there. Personnel salaries and personnel, including fringe benefits, vacation pay, and so forth. Your payroll taxes and personnel expense, such as meals and lodging. Your pilot and co-pilot training expenses, including an allocation of fringe benefits, vacation pay, health insurance, pensions, payroll taxes, and other personnel expenses. Your computer programming, accounting, and consulting and legal fees. Continuing on line 14, this will include any stationery, any printing, any office supplies and expenses, any bad debt expense or write-offs, any general insurance such as fire insurance on the office building, memberships, corporate and fiscal expenses, miscellaneous, all other indirect expenses that cannot be classified in another indirect cost category and are not specifically related to line 8, flying, maintaining, fueling, or acquiring the aircraft. Okay, line 15 is going to be the sums of a line 11 through 14. 16 is going to be the sums of line 8 and 15. This is your total aircraft operating expenses. Line 17 is your transport-related expenses, and these are expenses associated with the generation of transport-related revenue, such as sale of liquor, gift store sales, pickup and delivery charges, fuel sales, outside maintenance services, expense associated with the dry lease of an equipment to other parties, cost of operating a fixed-based operations where you're selling fuel and ground services to other air carriers. Also, if you sell tickets for travel on another carrier, the other carrier will report the operating revenues and expenses and report the passengers on their T100 submission. You would report any expense associated with these ticket sales as a transport-related expense. Okay, line 18 is the sum of lines 16 and 17, and when it's reported correctly, the sums of lines 16 and 17 should equal your total operating expenses reported on line 2 of your F1. And then, let me see here, oops, I went too far. These are common errors on the F2. And not reporting the gallons of fuel by aircraft type, reporting interest charges, income tax, and extraordinary expenses on the F2, reporting expenses for only scheduled passenger service instead of the entire system, unreasonable allocations of expenses between aircraft types or line items. The allocation method that management elects to use must closely resemble actual operations, and carrier must be able to justify this allocation. Mixing departure-related expenses such as station costs with capacity-related expense, not using official DOT aircraft codes, and not recording the numbers for each line item. And if you do not employ flight attendants, that would be a 0 on line 8. Okay, again, this is the directive concerning the aircraft codes. All right, Cease, go ahead.
Okay, suggested edit checks to be made before submitting schedule F2, as the sum of lines 16 and 17 should be equal to line 2 on your schedule F1. Generally, depreciation and rental flight equipment line 7 will remain fairly constant between reporting quarters unless fluctuations occur in your aircraft fleet. Compare this quarter report to your last quarter submission, and were there any significant changes? If so, why? Compare the ramp to ramp time as submitted on the segment report and verify the F2 block hours are greater than or equal to the segment block hours. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one right there.
Yeah, it's a big.
Okay.
Oh, and then of course, it's very small. This is what the actual F2 looks like. And again, you know, if you were doing the paper copy, this is what how it would be filled out.
Mhm.
Again, here's the eSubmit website, and you know what it looks like when you go to submit. Here is the link to the user guide for eSubmit.
Mhm.
And ta-da, we are done. So everybody can wake up now. We're over with. I'm going to ask, does anybody have any questions? And that's my dog scratching at the door, if you hear that. They're a little bit upset because they're kind of locked out of the room, so you don't hear them barking. So, okay, Will, Cecilia and I are done, so I'm going to introduce James, if that's okay, and let James discuss the OD40 rule, and we'll go from there.
That sounds great. Thanks,
Okay.
Jennifer.
James, go ahead.
Thank you. How do I share my screen? I had an option to share my screen before.
Okay, go down either to the bottom and you'll see a little green square that says share screen. Do you see it? It's
I
1,
do
2,
not.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. At the
Oh,
bottom.
share screen right in the middle. Yes, I do.
Yeah, yep. Click on that.
Right, multiple.
Hey, Jennifer, really quickly, we do have a question. Hank Myers says, great presentation. Would you send the links to the reporting sites in the PowerPoint?
A problem, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, Will, you and Rebecca also have a copy of this presentation, so we'll make sure everybody gets it.
Hank, you can reach out to me directly, but you shouldn't see that after the convention itself is over. Okay, James, you're good to go. Ready?
All right. It should be coming up right now.
Yep, we've got it there.
We see it.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm James Baus. I'm the O&D subject matter expert at DOT. work in the Office of Airline Information, been working on the O&D survey for about 13 years now. So it's been a great experience. We recently implemented last year, March of last year, a new rule regarding the collection of O&D data, origin and destination data. This rule currently, it involves 10% reporting of carriers who operate greater than 61 seats or operate an international route. This new rule called 19.8, Part 241, 19.8 is all carriers that issue passenger tickets for commercial travel are required to report. And this will include air taxis, small commuter carriers, any carrier that publishes scheduled passenger travels is required to report the new O&D 19.8. An example of the compiling and submission of data I have up on the screen here. It's a 40% sampling of passenger tickets. We're going by the ticket sequence number. So sequence number, the ticket ends in 0, 2, 7, or 9. That is to be reported. If your carrier doesn't use a sequential number, you can request an alternative method that can be approved by William Chadwick, who is the Office of Airline Information Director. This information is going to be collected on a monthly basis. Right now, it's on a quarterly basis with our current 10%, but this is going to be on a monthly basis. So it's going to be on the month that the passenger's travels begins. So if I were to fly from, if I bought my ticket today from IAD to Chicago for May of this year, when I present the ticket for my first segment in May, my first board the aircraft, that is when my ticket information will be captured by the Revenue Accounting Department, and that would be submitted on the May report. What I'm going to do on my end is provide a list of reporting carriers who need to report the O&D 40. And you look at the issuing carrier, look at the first reporting carrier on the ticket. If it's your carrier is the one who issued the ticket and you're the first reporting carrier, you're going to report that itinerary to us at DOT. In most cases, we will have, in most cases, almost all the major carriers are reporting carriers to DOT, but there are certain situations where, for example, LAN Argentina will issue a ticket, but they might not be a reporting carrier. So the first reporting carrier on the ticket, if it goes from A to B and then from B to C involves Alaska Airlines would get the ticket and report the ticket to DOT, since 4M is not a reporting carrier. So I'll have that list updated frequently with the available, with the list of reporting carriers that need to report. An example of a passenger ticket, if a passenger comes along and is going to be flying from Anchorage to Seattle on October 4th of 2024. If I purchase a ticket, my base fare, which includes any base fares, which is total amount, is any fees, charges, etc. for me to board the aircraft. It does not include any additional fees, such as baggage fees, seat upgrades, so on and so forth, lounge fees, baggage fees. All those are not included in the total amount base fare. It is the amount of fees that are required for me to board the aircraft. We have a new tax amount category. This includes all the taxes that are associated with government taxes, federal security charges, flight segment charges, so on and so forth. So all those extra additional fees, not only the taxes will be included in the base fare, but then we're also going to break out taxes into a separate field. So of the $234.05 of the base fare, $32.45 of that is going to be taxes. So we include the taxes in the base fare, but they're also reported separately in a separate bucket. So we know how much of the fare was taxes. If I bought my ticket from Alaska, AES is going to be my issuing carrier. The operating carrier, if I'm going to fly Alaska Airlines from Anchorage down to Seattle, it's going to be AS. The purchase window group, it's a new field for this collection. It tells us at the DOT when the ticket was purchased. So 21 AP means 21 days before travel. 2290 is 22 to 90 days before departure. And 91 up means 91 days before departure is when that ticket was issued. Dwell time is a new field, and it's gonna calculate if you sell a ticket and the passenger travels, for example, from IED to ORD to San Francisco. Currently, we don't track how long that passenger stays in Chicago. So we don't know if Chicago, they stayed over, visited the city, visited a friend, so on and so forth. We don't know currently how long they're staying in Chicago. That's a flaw in the current collection, but in this new collection, we're going to have the carrier inform us how many minutes between scheduled arrival, and scheduled departure at Chicago. So there are 1,440 minutes in a day. So if it's greater than that, it's going to be 9999 as our dwell time. And if it's less than 1,440 minutes, then you're going to state how much the passenger scheduled time the passenger plan to spend at Chicago before moving on to San Francisco. Via point is a new field as well. If you have direct flight that goes from Anchorage to Seattle to San Francisco, but it's the same flight number, and the passenger stays on the aircraft, we want to know that Seattle was a point that they had stopped over. It did not leave the aircraft and proceeded on to San Francisco. The record identification number is a new field, and it's going to be, and the good thing is I'm working on an instructions to carriers document, which should be released later this week or early next week. It's going to provide a lot more. It's 37 pages of defined terms, examples. It's like 12 or 13 pages of examples that will detail what we're looking for, and also a field breakdown of how to submit each of these records. The record identification number is simply going to be the 2 or 3 IATA code of the carrier, and then the year, which is 2 digits, then the month, 2 digits, unless it's a single month like July, then you just put 7, as well as 8 integers starting with 1. So it's going to be 7 zeros and 1, and it's going to be a sequential up from there to the end of the file. One unique RIN number for each submitted itinerary in the record. So how does this look in an Excel file? This is going to be our reporting carrier. It's going to be Alaska Airlines. The reporting year and month, 2024, and our reporting month is 10. Here's an example of the record of identification number. AS being the reporting carrier, 24 being the reporting year, 10 being the reporting month, and then my sequential number starting with 00001. My issuing carrier is going to be Alaska Airlines. The total amount is how much I paid for the ticket, $234.05. And then my tax amount, $32.45. I purchased my tickets within 21 days, so it'll be 21 UP. And then I started in Anchorage. I flew on Alaska. Alaska is the one who sold me the ticket. I did not pass through any cities on the way to Alaska or to Anchorage I'm sorry, Seattle. Boarded at Anchorage on my way to Seattle. I did not stop any cities on way to Seattle. My scheduled flight month and year are 2024 and 10. So that is an example of a one-way ticket. I know it's most tickets are round trip. For the basis of this presentation, I made it for a simple one-way ticket. The fields would just repeat afterward. It would just keep going down if there's a round trip ticket. So we would have dwell time. Dwell time would be filled in depending on how long they had spent in Seattle before they went back to Anchorage, as well as the operating code, so on and so forth. And then down here again would be the next airport, which would be Anchorage if it's a round trip. Like I said, the instructions that I have are a lot more detailed. And I will get those I'll get those distributed later this week, early next week. I have a website as well that I will include, I think it's included in this presentation, that provides a whole list of each field that is required. So you can see a much bigger list than we have on this page here. When should we start submitting? Not yet. Office of Airline Information we're currently working on the requirements for our new system. We are looking at a time frame of test submission of May 1st of this year. So we were thinking about having April data collected and then submitted May 1. It is on test data, we're looking at a July of 2025 as the production get this live and rolling. So this would be a optional test submission in May of 2024, so we can start receiving the data and hopefully analyze the data so we can see if this new process is working. The file submission, we're in discussion about that right now. It's most likely going to be a CSV file like the other data sets, T100 and 298C. But we're going to confirm that we'll confirm that soon once we get a firm confirmation from our OAI technology team as to see if CSV is the correct format we should be using. And the submission method, we're still working on that as well. We think it's going to be e-submit for this test scenario, but we're still working to confirm those details. What happens after submission? Once we receive the data, in the current 10%, we validate against the T100 and the official airline guide. What I do is I check the data. The O&D is broken down into markets. So if the Anchorage to Seattle flight, if they flew back to Anchorage, there'll be two markets in there. It'll be Anchorage to Seattle and Seattle back to Anchorage. I would compare that against T100 to make sure that I'm in sync with what Jennifer has reported for the T100. If my numbers are different or less or greater than Jennifer's, I'll go touch base with Jennifer and say, can you please check with the carrier to make sure that their T100 reporting is okay? Or it could be an issue on my end where the carrier is over-reporting and under-reporting to certain markets. So there's a lot of QA checks going on while once we receive the data. The release date plan is 60 days after submission for the new 19-8. That is, I would say, kind of tentative right now. It depends on how well processing goes of this new data and how fast we can get it out. What's the benefits of quality data submitted to us? The origin destination data is used extensively by many organizations. It's used by the Office of Aviation Analysis in the DOT, Kevin Bryan's group. They do analysis on whether the consideration of increasing of service, participation in code shares and mergers, as well as it gives air carriers a better view for the current marketplaces, whether they should expand operations, reduce operations, so on and so forth. So it's a lot of benefits to submitting quality data. I know that when mergers among the major carriers are considered, the Department of Justice looks for the O&D data through OSTX to analyze, will this merger be a benefit to the consumers or not a benefit to the consumers? So it's very important to have quality data submitted to the DOT. Okay, where to get more information? Here's my contact information. Also, the Federal Code of Regulations, Part 241, Section 19.8. The instructions to carriers document with examples should be coming out later this week or early next week. If you attended the October 2023 training session, thank you so much for joining. If you are not included and I have missed you, please excuse me. If you can send me your contact name and email so I can add you to my distribution list. The distribution list is how I'll be sending out the instructions to carriers document, as well as posting it on the website that I surprisingly did not put on this PowerPoint. I do apologize for that. But if you're involved in the if you were invited and attended the October 2022 session, you could look at that PowerPoint for the website link, or you can always send me an email and said, can you direct me to the website again? On the website is where I'll post the instructions to carriers once it's ready to be released. And that is what I have. So let me go back and minimize my screen so I can see people again.
Hi, it's excuse me, it's Jason here from Take Flight again.
Yes.
And just for the carriers that are in this room that we build these reports for, just so everyone knows, Andrea's just waiting for the specifications. We're really looking forward to getting that and getting into those details. I understand that you've been dealing with her back and forth with some questions, around reschedules and those kinds of things. So yes. I just want to know that once we get that spec from them, Andrea's ready to go and can start to build it. And the initial indications doesn't seem that far different from the existing T100 stuff, complexity levels that we already deal with. And so we should be, if you can hit those timeframes at the end of this week or beginning of next, like you indicate, then we should be able to get something for you to be able to do your test submissions in May. So I just thought I'd take this opportunity while everyone's here and while you were talking, James, just to I feel responsible for a lot of these, so I just want to make sure that we're all in this. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of questions from individual airlines about, hey, what are you doing with this? And I just want to know what the situation is. Spec arrives, we can start to work on it, and then the earlier we get that, the more likely chance we'll have of hitting a May deadline for test submissions.
Very good. Yes, what I can do is, again, if you'd like to meet with me individually as well, please let me know. I can most certainly happily walk you through compiling your data file, answering questions about dwell time, via points. I do have examples that are not ready to be released. I can show you one or two that I have in working, but if anyone has any questions, please certainly let me know. And again, if you were not in the October 2023 session, send me your contact information so I can get you on my distribution list. So you'll have the latest and greatest once I release information to everyone.
We're excited to get that information, so thank you about that. That's great.
Yep. I've talked to Andrea many times on email, so very nice lady.
Great. She very much is. Knows her stuff. Okay, thanks, James.
You're welcome.
Anyone have any questions before we wrap up?
Oh, thanks for all the info.
Okay, thank you guys. I will pass out all the presentations that they have on here too. Just give me maybe a couple days.
It's all right. We see you busy.
Okay, thank you so much, James.
Thank you.
Jennifer.
You're welcome.
We'll let you guys go for the rest of your day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank
day.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So I have a new concern I hadn't thought of before.
For sure.